There we go. I figured out why we had no voice. I got it. Because it's a new scene that I hadn't fixed up yet. But I got it. We're good. Should be able to hear me now. Hand reveal. Yes. As well as... Okay, awesome. May as well see if I can adjust this camera a little bit as well. Hear this.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Thank you, wristwatch. Yep, like this. There we go. There we go, now it looks proper. I do that. Cool. There we go. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? Of this. I apologize as well if I sound a little weird. It's because I'm wearing a mask, because once I start working on this, I don't want plastic dust all up in my lungs. We're not doing that. Microphone, please. You're doing so well. Thank you. Might as well also show this off at the same time, because Jesus Christ, when I pulled this out this morning, let me move this bowl out of the way. That's for catching dust. I was like, oh, this is nice. This is very cool. And then I was like, I put it next to Kate, and I'm like, oh dear Lord. It is, like, it's only an inch shorter, but dear Lord, it's so much smaller. Just, it's amazing. But I'm very happy. Other than, like, the little glasses. I don't know if you'll be able to see it. I'll find out later. I'm gonna try my best not to break it even more. Hi, Wisp. Yes. It's... Again, I only made you an inch shorter, but at the same time, it's pretty good. Alright. Basically, what I've decided is I'm gonna try and sand this on here if we decide that we're tired of me just watching me just rub... I was gonna stop talking there. Sanding it down, then I can just paint. Because I have Kate in there. And also have these little guys that I printed out forever ago. To finally paint them as well. That's basically it. It's gonna be chill. I mean, so the way I always think about it for Kate and Wisp is because two main things. One, they've said Wisp is basically boob height, but also that one of her boobs is the size of his head. So, you know, that's basically what I'm basing this on. If anyone has questions as I go through, I can easily explain what I'm doing. That's amazing. But yeah, if you have questions while I do this, it's basically just gonna be sanding. Like I have all sorts of sandpaper going from 120 grit all the way up to 5,000 grit. What I did on Caden was I only did, like, if you notice here where the supports were, you'll find all these, let me see if I can adjust the focus. I had to turn off autofocus because it was a pain in the butt. Go. But yeah, you'll see like the bottom parts where it was supported. It's gonna be all nasty, and it's gonna be because it's not like printed like on top of another layer perfectly. But you can also still see all the layer lines as it built up from bottom to top, or bottom to top. So I figure I might try to do everything except for the glasses, because I don't want those to break even more than they already are, because they're real small. But we'll see what we can do, and I'm going to also try not to get rid of tiny details like the heart. Yeah, other than that, I'd say it came out pretty well. I'm very pleased. Yeah, there'll be a couple areas where you can see like the seam of where it was every layer. We're starting and ending, but we'll get rid of that as we go. Go ahead and get started. This one's cut in half because it's easier. This is gonna be the roughest. So this like most. Oh god, that sound is terrible. Oh no, I didn't think about the sound. Let me see if I can move some stuff around. You ever just try something and then you realize, oh no, you didn't think anything through? You can always move over to painting if that becomes an issue. It will help. Best. Okay. I'm still cool. Wow. Talk loudly. Yeah, we'll try this for a bit and we'll see if it becomes annoying or not. But I'll do my best. Start down here. Sanding is always the thing that takes a fair amount of time, especially to do it properly, but at the end of it, it's real crazy, kind of the end result. You can already see that it's smoothing this out real fast because it's got all this extra bit. Yeah, let me know if that noise gets bad. If so, then I can always just change over to paint. Unfortunately, I've never was able to get like... Yeah, I turned up the noise gate, so as long as I'm not talking too much while I actually do it, it shouldn't come through. Like that, and it's pretty loud. There is also like all these little gaps and stuff that appear. I know that there is like filler that I can buy and put in, but broken enough as it is, so it's fine. Yeah, the bowl, by the way, is to catch all this loose dust that's going to be falling down. I've had times where, boy, it ends up with so much. But yeah, you can already see there's a big difference between one that we haven't touched yet, one that's working on for a minute. My 40, okay, I've never painted 40K minis. I've painted some D&D minis before. I posted some in the Discord a long time ago. I can find some of those pictures and post them. I think I'm okay. I'm not the best. I've seen people who can do like super crazy detail on those things. I'm like, Hi, Monica. Hi, Maya. Hi, everybody. Yes, I hope everyone's having a good day. Glad every day that I work that it's not wet and rainy here. It's a pain in the ass. Wow, all of you are just in sync. Wait, did all of you move to New Zealand without us? No one told me. Rude. Not like I can afford that anyways, but you know, that's not neither here nor there. My main focus is going to be, like I said, on the bottom areas and these seams, but I might decide to just go and do everything. There too, like yeah, bottom of the chin's got it real bad. Tail, but... Hi, bye, Beast. Also, this early grit, this 120 here, is going to be the one that we're going to stick on this grit the longest, just because it does the most work. Everything else is more like polish. Again, for those who missed it, if I sound a little weird, I don't know if I do. I think I sound fine. It's because I'm wearing a mask because, boy, this is kicking up a lot of dust that I don't want in my lungs. Word of caution. For sanding, for especially of any kind, plastic or wood, wear a mask. Also, we're in the middle of a pandemic, wear a mask. Bottom doesn't need to be too clean, I just need it to be smooth enough. My own personal liking. Smooth out this edge as well. also for those who weren't here earlier, when I first started, I showed off something very funny to me. We have Wisp, and then we have Caden. When Wisp's bust is only an inch shorter. I found that to be a very funny comparison this morning when I woke up and pulled the supports off of Wisp. Because I printed it overnight and it finished at about 4 in the morning. It was like 11 and a half hour print. And I started last night. Hope you're doing alright, wristwatch. Well, hope it goes well. There we go. Normally super chill on these art streams, but because I have the noise gate up, I have to be louder than normal and I'm just not used to it. Oh, that's not a good thing. You never want your doctor to just suddenly be like, get in here. Over here on the neck, there's a couple of these tiny little bits. I'm just gonna those off. There we go. Trying to smooth out this connection here from the body to the face. Got done at the DMV. Yay, congrats. Which on Caden was a lot more difficult. This one I actually planned a bit better for the smooth transition. But also, Caden's was a little bit more difficult just because of the sheer, I was going to say, size of things, and we're going to move on. Otherwise the base would have been massive. And it was big enough as it is. God damn it. Indeed. Mega indeed. It was funny, because like when I was making the bust, I was like, whoa, wow. Okay. But then when I printed out, I was like, dear God, that's not, like, it's one thing seeing it digitally or seeing, like, in a 2D perspective. I really wish I could explain to you just how weird, crazy it is to have it in physical person. Oh yeah, absolutely. Now there's a little bit better transition down here. And luckily for, well, I was gonna say luckily for me, I'm still early on in my process, so we'll just see what happens. Now I'm supposed to be standing in circles, but it's hard to do that in so many spaces. Again, it's like you think I'm the one who made this whole thing. I probably could have added better space, but no, I make stuff and then print it and be like, oh well, I should have done this differently. But also, you know, then it would have changed the design of how I like how it looks. I do want to be careful sanding around the edge of the shirt here because I don't want to like lose that definition too much. I do want to clean it up a little, like especially right here. There's a bit. I don't know if you can see it. Also, I'm going to be counting on y'all for hydrate checks today and posture checks. Otherwise, I know I'm going to forget. Again, because mask. And in general. You know, I should get this part. To print it, you know, from the direction, so there are some supports here and here. That need to clean that up a little bit. I need to talk a bit louder, so I can actually get heard. Carefully hold it upside down. So see what I'm doing better. Luckily, the tail's pretty thick, so I don't have to necessarily worry about snapping it off. It's still technically a concern. It's just, you know, it's not this thin. That thin. First, all three of our designs having glasses. I theoretically could have made them without the glasses. It just wouldn't be the same. But for printing purposes, boy, does it make things difficult. I make them like super thick, which I actually thickened up Wisp glass is a bit compared to Cadence, but then, you know, made it a bit smaller. Also, they're still small in general, so. More learning. Like, doing these kind of, like making these again is like, boy, this is fun. I remember why I like doing this stuff now. Same thing with all the throwables. They're just, 3D is just fun, y'all. Art's good, actually. Controversial opinion, art is good. Art is very difficult. Art is good. Glasses are cute, but that's part of the problem, is they're just so thin. Thin! Ah! Anyways. Oh, yeah, I guess I could take that off. But I didn't feel like changing all the tags every time for a new game. Hi, welcome. Welcome, Kiana. Doing well. We're just chilling, hanging out, cleaning this up. Into this thing, well, it finished printing about 4 in the morning, and yes, I did wake up to check to make sure, and also, who dat? This is Pink Wisp. He our friend. And a very good art cat boy. I think he might be in chat, I'm not sure. Oh, hold on, I can do this. There he is. That one, right there. I mean, yes, that's true as well. Oh, I must have misspelled something. Oh well. Technically, I made this originally for... Well, okay, so originally, I made this for Caden's birthday, but it's not finished, clearly. But I was like, you know what? That was fun. Let's do it again. Made this for Wisp's birthday, neither of which are going to be done in time, but you know what? We can merge it with Christmas, it's fine. Birthday gifts, Christmas gifts, it's all together. It's fine. And here's hoping I don't ruin it all by painting, but you know what? I have ways to remove paint in case I fuck it up too horribly. What are you doing for your birthday, Wisp? Are you streaming for your birthday next week? Exactly 6 days. That face means you either don't know or you're keeping it a secret. Either way, that's fine. You don't celebrate it? That's fair. Just play more near replicant, that's fine. God, that game's fucking nuts. Why is it so sad? Because it's Yoko Taro, and Yoko Taro loves to make us cry. That's why. It's gonna be difficult just because it's in such a small little area. Let's just clean up as best we can. HRT birthday, that's a good birthday. That's a good one to celebrate. Ooh, I want to be careful. I don't want to do that too much. I don't want the definition there. I don't want... There we go. Be very precise. If you see me just rubbing my fingers on it, it means I'm just checking for smoothness, essentially. I'm not playing with the fluffy tail. Yeah, sanding's a very interesting process because it's like it's the least glamorous, but it also has like a whole lot of like it's just amazing how well it works, especially when I get super deep in all the sandpaper. I'm going to agree with that. Definitely the most intimate, like, because you learn like all the little nooks and crannies of the model, and like, let alone just the fact that you're just going all over it by friction. It's just a weird process. That said, one thing that's always fun to me about the fact that I have a 3D printer is that very rarely have I ever printed something that I did not personally model, which to me is much more fun. It's just like, look, this is not a thing that I can get off the internet. It's not a thing that I can buy anywhere. This is not a thing that exists except for the fact that I fucking made it. That's cool. Love that shit. I know that this part, like, it looks like I'm not smoothing anything because it's already smooth, but I'm partially trying to get rid of all these lines here, which don't come up super well on the camera. Thank you, Maya. I mean, like, once I prime it, they mostly go away, but on Caden, I can still see some of them. It's part of it, just part of a thing. But that's like literally my entire reason for getting a 3D printer in the first place a few years ago, was straight up, actually, it was because, oh, I don't have it here. It's in the other room. I had made this Neapolitan model, and like there was a service to get it printed, and I got it printed, and it's like this big. It's nice, it's fine. But just like, damn, wouldn't it have been nice if I could make that myself at home for like much cheaper? And then I made, I printed my room. Why is everything in the other room? Why do I not have it here with me? I made, obviously I made Marigold, I made the Drawfee crew, I made a Chibi Penny, all of which I modeled and printed. And now I've got Caden and Wisp. I also did the Happy Huntress badge. I love that. That was good. I mean, I've only done 3 Ruby things that I've printed. But still, that's nice. Yeah, 3. No, 4. I've done 4 3D print. I've done 4 things from Ruby because I also did the entire staff. Happy Huntress staff, which I finished last month. That was a lot. That was so much plastic, you guys. It was so much. It's 5 feet 10 inches long. It's so big. It's taller than I am. Oh, right. Remind me about that later. I'll figure something out. Because that's something I've been thinking about. It's like, yeah, that's the legit. Okay, I figured it out because like that's the legitimate size in the show. Because May Marigold is 5'10", and the staff is as tall as she is. And I know that she's 5'10" in part because Caden's mentioned it. So, yeah, it's a couple inches taller than me. But it's also made of like, God, so many pieces. It's like 20-something pieces. Put it all together. There we go. Like, I don't know if you can see, but like some of the areas, you can see some of like the layer lines. But because I'm smoothing it out now, it's much more just a singular piece. Was I saying? Yes, I was saying something. Like, life's been weird. Let's just put it that way. And you're back. All right, see you in a bit. Wristwatch. So like, I'm always partially trying to think of like, I'm making all this stuff sometimes, and I was like, it would be nice if I do a little bit extra with it. So I'm like, there, way to monetize this. I don't know. We'll find out later. Until then, I'm just gonna make cool shit. But like something like this, I was thinking about it because like it was like 9 hours for most of the work, and then refinements and finishing pieces were like maybe another 5 hours, so like 15 hours total on this before adjusting for printing, and then like almost 12 hours of print time. I don't know, like these things can get kind of expensive though. Like if I were to do this for as a job. Fun though. Love to do it, but well then. So then I'll just do it for fun and for gifts for other people. It can. It's just a matter of finding that market. That's my issue. Is I'm just terrible at that part in particular. Because like to make it really viable, I would need a second printer, but I would need to make money first. I need to make money to get a second printer to actually be able to make more money. Right now, I'm able to print like 1, maybe 2 big items like this a day in a 24-hour period. Which is, you know, not much. But still, with all the work that goes into it, and You charge more for it, but then it becomes finding people who would pay for that much, blah blah blah. So yeah, business talk, business. But, this section right here, like it's fine, but what I should do is I should get a bowl of water, a second bowl of water. Exactly, Maya. I need to get a bowl of water so I can wipe it off, all this dust off. Might do that in a minute. Yeah, so that's what I've been thinking about recently, is just like, I'm actually incredibly pleased how these two came out. Like, just a matter then of finding, like, does anyone want me to make a model for them and print it out? Because I can do that for you. Hydrate, thank you, Maya, that's a good idea. Stretch. Mask off. What's a lot more fun than being a delivery driver? Making these models. Infinitely better. You just got your breakfast, your brunch. I'm gonna call it your brunch because you said both. Eat. Food good. I had lunch right before we started. I'll probably have dinner right after I end. Do it where the camera can see what I'm doing. It's also funny, like, even just on just the digital aspect of things, how much I learned and how much I remembered learning, because it's been a while since I've done this kind of work, from Caden to Wisp. You're like, oh yeah, I did things like this, and then I do steps like that, and then especially for the painting part. Because I think, like, the one I did for Wisp, the final colors and stuff looked... Like, some people said it, and I was like, you know what, I'm kind of inclined to agree, that it looked almost exactly like the VTuber model, which is, pretty damn cool. Hey, Quiz, welcome, welcome. Yeah. I'm cleaning it up at the moment. See, we've already kind of done a fair amount, but... Let's try to get some of these here. These seams back here, so that it's not just like... whatever it is. Word just escapes me in the middle of that sentence. There, when do words ever actually work properly for me? I'll say one thing I like about these busts as opposed to the other figures I've made is that because they're just like one part of the body, I was able to give them more focus and attention and definitely able to print them much larger. So there's not quite as many small details, which is both easier for printing and for cleaning up. Because like the first attempts for the May figure, when I printed that, oh boy. Like, it was cool as hell, don't get me wrong, but especially the staff that I had for that one was not good. Yeah, I'm getting rid of like I'm sanding it down to like kind of smooth the whole thing out. There's a little bit of roughness. You can feel like the different layers, the way it's built, and there's like, especially down here at the bottom, like there was all this like build up and all this like extra dangling bits and such and stuff. I don't know how else to describe it. And then like right here on the back, there's like a seam because the way that the printer works is it kind of starts at a point and it goes around. Next layer, same thing, so on and so forth. So where it starts and ends, it has a little bit of extra buildup that creates the seam, and right now that's what I'm cleaning up. I think actually a good place to show, yeah, here. At the bottom, no, it's kind of hard to see. You can see how it's all like kind of messy and nasty, the glasses especially. But the glasses are too small to really do a whole lot of sanding. But that as well, like very rough and uneven. So I'm cleaning that up. So on the very first level of grit, 120. Because it's just the one that takes the longest. But as we go up the grit sizes, it'll be much faster. Trying not to lose this necklace detail. Yeah, like I've seen images of people sanding PLA like to like a smooth, like super glossy finish. I was like, I don't know how you did that. No matter how much I try, I go up to fucking 5,000. I go up to 5,000 and it doesn't do that, so whatever. We're just doing our best. Yeah. Yeah, you can still see the seam up here. Wet sanding, yes. In fact, but I'm gonna do that when I get to a bit higher grit. Use a chemical? Interesting. Like I'll be honest, I'm not an expert. I'm, I guess technically a hobbyist, but I just enjoy it and it's fun. But yes, I'll probably do wet sanding when I get a little bit higher. I don't remember what number I normally started at. I think 1,000. But I don't want to have the bowl of water just sitting here until then. I wonder what the chemical is. It might be down, like to melt it ever so slightly, but that's probably too strong. Diluted. But I don't know. Where's Tyler Stab when I need him? But still, I guess technically getting like a super glossy finish isn't necessarily my end goal, especially because I'm going to be painting on top of it. So, and also it's not like super mega professional work, you know? Don't want it to be as good as I can get it, but I'm not going to kill myself over it. Yes, I'm sanding to get it nice and smooth, then I'm going to prime it. Because paint actually... I've tried painting without primer before. It's not super... It doesn't hold super well. It'll fall apart real easily. So, like, I've already primed Kaden. Because it was the same black as Wisp here. But now she's ready for painting whenever I get to that. Get under this chin. This chin's... there was a lot of support under the chin, so let's clean that up. Okay, good. I didn't like a sound for a second, but we're good. So my biggest fear right now is that I completely destroy something and have to reprint the whole damn thing and then do all the sanding again, which I don't really want to do. But sometimes that's life. Mainly I'm trying not to destroy the glasses any more than they already are. The furthest I've gone and had to reprint? I think I've had full prints before that I had to reprint, but like recently, I can probably show you, but like, actually, you know what? It was in the Discord, but for Kaden, like it had gone all the way up to here, and I checked on it in the middle of the night, and I had to completely stop it because all the supports were just completely destroyed, and it was all stringy, and it wasn't building properly anymore. And so I had to restart it all from scratch after making more adjustments. The slicing file. There was one when I was working on the main Marigold figure years ago where I printed it and all of a sudden it just, like super late in the game, became detached from the base, the hotbed that I was printing on, and it just ruined it, and I had to start over. So anywhere between like 10, 15 hours of printing time, just completely undone. In terms of like a broken print and not just like a failed test, because like there have been plenty of failed tests. Especially like my entire first run of the staff, the Happy Hunters staff, which was a little over a year ago now, September last year. Like that entire print I've had to scrap since then because it was just not a good way of holding the whole thing together, because it was basically printing the connection pieces between it, but it didn't hold. So now I have like a wooden dowel that everything was made to go around, or to go on, slide on, and that just works so much better. It's really nice. And that took a few tries to get the sizing right, because when it prints, it doesn't print exactly the size that you want, because that's physics. the nature of a physical media. Also having a 0.4mm extruder nozzle. Once again, we're going to be very careful around the face. A, because of the glasses. B, because there's a lot of small details here, like the mouth and the heart. And even in the eyes. And I don't want to lose that. Because then I'd have to try and paint them back in, or it would just not look right. I want to smooth it out a little bit. Yeah, this is a lot of like prototyping of things is very doable with 3D printing. Like those kind of small things that don't really require electronics, just like casings and holdings and all sorts of stuff like that. Or in my case, pretty figures to put up on your bookshelf or whatever and just look at. You know, I love a good anime figure, but they are expensive. So I figured, why not make my own? Especially because like the material itself is so damn cheap. I got a kilogram of this material for like $20, and it lasts quite a while. That said, I think I do need to get another roll soon, just in case I run out. Alright, let's try and get underneath this a little bit and be careful about it. Well, the thing about 3D printing things for yourself is, even if you don't necessarily have to know how to model things, but you do have to be able to work the slicing software, which can get very granular, especially for a very complex object like this. Like, there are some objects that are a lot simpler that pretty much anyone can just default settings, hit the slice button, and then put it in the printer and go, and you're fine. But once you start getting really complex stuff, you're either going to be dealing with like, it'll just take fucking forever on default settings, or it'll use a lot of material, or it won't use enough. Like, especially for supports, like, even still, this one still uses a fair amount of supports because it has overhangs. Overhangs, which is anything that is like just floating in the air, because it does it layer by layer. Like here underneath the shoulders, the chin, the glasses, these parts of the hair, the tail, that's all overhang, and so it has to support it somehow. But it can also be like, the thing also, like, the slicer also wants to support things like the middle of the glasses and the eyebrows here, but like those are so, and like some of these other pieces of hair, but they're so close to everything else that they don't actually need supports. So you have to tell the software, no, I don't want supports here, but I do want it here. But also, like, God, I don't want to get too granular with this, but I just realized how easily I could. But like, over here, like the way I had the settings, it wasn't going to put enough support here. So I literally just had to tell it, hey, add more support to this specific spot, and in order to make sure that this all doesn't just fall apart. And luckily that came out pretty well. Here's the part I'm worried about. I'm gonna have to be very careful, very careful. You want to clean it up just a touch, just a touch. I think I was telling us to Wisp a couple weeks ago. I was showing him some of, like, there are so many settings in the slicer software, and it's a bunch of numbers. And it can be very daunting. It can be a terrifying experience. You don't have to worry about most of those numbers most of the time, but still, they're there. Especially because, like, the slicer settings are going to change depending on not just the model, but like what printer you're using, what material you're using, factors like that. So careful. So it's not like I can just sell the slicing code to just pop into your printer and go, unless you have the same printer and the same material. Yeah. So the thing, like, the way the printer I have, the nozzle's kind of big, so it's really hard to do super small details. So like D&D minis I've tried to print before, and it works sort of, but it's very difficult. Like, if I get a smaller nozzle, I think I could probably make them easier. I need like a 0.2 or even a 0.1 millimeter nozzle. I have a 0.4, which is just how wide the opening is that it pushes the plastic through. Like the way it works is like it feeds plastic through a tube and out a nozzle that's like super fucking hot to melt the plastic. And so, but the bigger the nozzle, obviously it's just going to fill up that area. But if you make it a real small nozzle, then it'll be smaller, it'll be less material, and it'll be able to get smaller details easier. I just never bit the bullet, or they're not even that expensive. They're not that expensive. I just don't get stuff a lot. Like, there's also all sorts of crazy materials out, like materials and also like different colors of plastic. Like I used to use white all the time, but then I couldn't find it, so I had to get black, which is fine. There's also like a rainbow filament, and I was like, I want that so bad at some point. Like, I'm just gonna buy it at some point and just make stuff and not paint that because it'll look funky. That'd be cool, but are you printing stuff on Throne? Good idea. I should do that. Also, don't forget, you can always suggest stuff to the Throne if you want. Not just 3D printing stuff, but any other sorts of wild shit. Speaking of the Throne, the chair up there is at 60% funding. As a reminder, at 75% funding for the Diva chair, I'm going to make a throwable. That's Diva's mech, which will be very funny because it'll also be really high-pitched Nerf this! Go along with it. Then at 100%, dear God, I'm terrible at Overwatch. Before I do the Overwatch stream, that where I'm a diva the entire time. God, I need to actually learn how to fucking play a tank. I felt so bad last week, or no, not last week, 2 days ago on Wisp and Kane stream. I was like, oh god, I'm terrible. It's like, I can do Moira, sort of. That's about it. Although last week's stream, was it last week? Yeah, last week's stream where where you guys decided my character every match was incredibly funny. That was so much fun. It was so stupid. I'm glad I didn't play alone because I would have pissed off so many. I'm sure I did piss off so many people that I was playing with. But at least with Caden and Wisp there, they bring up the team average so that I'm not quite so bad. That said, it did teach me that Junkrat's fun to play, so there's that. I think I'm up this chin a little bit. I think I'm reaching the end of this grit. What I can really do with it. Yeah, I never like I played the original Overwatch 1 a couple of times during like free weekend stuff, but never that much. But Overwatch 2 is free, and I have people to play with. So I'm just like, yeah, I'll fucking play. Why not? Fun, it's a good time. These ears can be a bit sharper than they were. Just a little bit. Bouncing from game to game a lot? No, that's a mood. That's a damn mood. So many to play. There's just so many games. There's so many that have been out for fucking ever and I still haven't played them. Because, you know, time. Careful there. But actually, the glasses that broke were right here, this spot. Because there was a little bit of support both in front of and behind. So when I tried to take it out very carefully, it wasn't quite careful enough. Broke a little bit, but it looks like the plastic glue is holding. Christ. I mean, I'm not much better. I have a few games in my Steam library that I haven't played yet. That I bought. Or a lot. Several. I don't know. More than I would like. Let's put it that way. Now, it doesn't help that I also have Game Pass, and that has all sorts of... So many. Oh, you use Humble Bundle? Yeah, Humble Bundle will get you a lot of games sometimes. Trying to stay centered on the camera is difficult. Because there's a fair bit of... Now look very closely at this thing. Let me pull it closer to my face. Pulling it to my face, it's like, oh, it's off camera. And also not over the bowl anymore. Stay over the bowl. Come on. Clean up a little bit. I don't really want to use it though. It's a little bit too powerful for such delicate work. So just to show that I have it. Where did I put it? Oh, it's over there. It's charging. Little, like this little like battery powered sander thing. It's good. It's just not gonna be helpful for such small details. It's also loud. Alright. We've cleaned up pretty much most of the offending bits. Looking pretty good. Phantom Felons, they're all covered in dust at the moment, but that's fine. This out of the way because we're done with that. Next one is 150, so it's not much higher. It's not gonna be much smaller grit, but you know, you go one step at a time, and it builds up. We're also not going to spend nearly as much time on the 150. We're at the point now where we really just need touch-ups. Like, I could go much deeper into it, but the higher you go up, the less it does on a surface level. But well, the 150 is still pretty intense. You can't really see it, but I can feel a little bit of a difference already. It does remind me though, Has anyone ever seen a YouTube channel called Kiwami Japan? This guy just like straight up makes knives out of fucking everything. But it started off with a lot of like knife restorations. You want a good idea of like sanding and stuff? Dear Lord, that's insane is what this. It's yeah, it's like high grit for sharpening. Basically the same idea. He also has a weird obsession with cucumbers, and we're just gonna ignore that. God, I should have gotten the top of the shoulders, because the tops of stuff also gets a little flat, and the layer height can be... You know what? Yeah, it's a real interesting one. He's made knives out of chocolate, he's made knives out of the technically elastic, but the episode I think was called like making knives out of underwear. Maybe like one out of all sorts of stuff that he's done. It's wild. Made a milk knife once. But just talking about grit and stuff made me think about that. Wispy, you are so covered in dust. I'm so sorry. Promise I'll clean you up later. We'll get there. I really should be doing this in a more organized manner, like from bottom to top, but now brain just go all over the place. Like, I want to do this part next. And then later on, I'll be like, wait, what part have I already sanded with this grit? Either I'm going to do it again, or I'm just going to be like, no, I did it, and move on, even though I didn't. But we're going to do our best. Now, if you had asked me 5 years ago, maybe, that one of the things that I commonly did was make models to print and do all this kind of stuff, I'd be like, I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Years ago, if I was doing 3D art, I'd be like, what? No, I don't think so. Weird how life works out like that, doesn't it? Fair, I can say that about a lot of things going on in life right now. But nothing is how I expected it to be, and I guess that's okay. Free to be okay with that. real hard spot to get. Well, we'll just do our best here. Yeah, here's an interesting question. What are you all doing? Are you just kind of sitting here watching me? I imagine this is riveting stuff, but a little bit of multitasking is always fun. What are y'all up to? Also, now I'm just curious now that I thought about it. Skyrim on PS5 because they release it every 6 months. Good, good. Maya's at Walmart. Groceries, important. Or other shopping. What have you. It was on PS Plus, that's fair. I'm always just like, whatever's the quote-unquote free games every month. Like, I'm paying for this, for this service. I might as well get the additional bonus stuff every month. And so I do. I keep forgetting about Epic Games Store, though. I just remember that again. I remember to check that. Anyways. You already own it everywhere else, that's fair. It does. Like, not always. Like, there are some months. Same thing with Games with Gold. There are months that I don't care about, and sometimes like, ooh, this is a good one. It just kind of varies. PS Plus, I feel like, does usually have a little bit of a stronger lineup. But also, when I have Game Pass Ultimate, it doesn't really matter what what games for gold there are every month. I think next month or February, I don't remember, Monster Hunter Rise is coming to Game Pass, and I'm like, thank you. I keep forgetting to buy it. Now I don't have to. That's how I played Monster Hunter World, was on Game Pass. Yeah. Exactly what I was talking about earlier. I was way up here, now I'm back down at the bottom again. It's like, why? Why couldn't I just done this earlier? Confusing myself with all this stuff, but it's fine. I'll be okay. Bit of a hang thing. Let's go. Try and keep that a little bit symmetrical. In case it a little more than I want it to. There? Hello? No. Be smooth. Nobody's got a strong jaw, but don't need spikes coming out of it. There we go. Good. Let's go. Yeah, we'll move on. Okay. Next one. Farewell 150. Hello 300? No, 180. Wow. Forgot how small the early like small the differences were in these early ones. Low level ones, much smaller jumps. They'll get a bit bigger as we go up. You know, I was not to trying to decide if I want to bring this up or not. Yeah, I was just thinking about this earlier. Like, if I were to sell things like these, like, I wonder. I have numbers in mind. I wonder what other people might think. Certain numbers for prices, like, of both, like, full, like, custom commission work for, like, the whole process of modeling and printing and all that, or just an item like this that I've already modeled and then I just have to print and do all the prep work on it. I've learned that what like what you expect something to cost or what you pay for and all this other stuff. It's just like so wildly varies between people. My old roommate, like you can buy like D&D minis, $1,000. Woo, okay, that broke me a little bit. Thank you though. I'm gonna take that as a massive compliment. Anyways, like you can get D&D minis at any game store for like $5 for 2 of them. And then you can get, even on Hero Forge, you can get minis for like $20. They're a little more custom. But I'm like, the amount of work it would take for me to custom make a mini and to like model it, print it, paint it, and all that. Yeah, that $5 is not happening. But she was just like, well, then people aren't gonna buy it. I'm like, I don't trust you on this. Like, I love you. You're great. You don't know what you're talking about. $1,000 though. That's. Whew. Wouldn't that be nice? I would just have to make one a month, and I'd be able to live. Not like super comfortably, but I'd be able to live. Stop hitting the camera, please. Thank you. Unless you go the metal route, yeah. Yeah, like the metal ones are a little bit more, but like custom making someone a D&D mini for someone, that's a lot more work. That's a lot of work, and like printing it out. Like a super 100% custom mini that I would have to do for someone would still be like at least $100, if not more. The modeling process is, I can't just, I guess I can make it more simple. That's still making it. Yeah, absolutely. Unpainted would be like, if the digital version, like the different stages are like digital only, unpainted, and painted. I would say we're like the 3 main stages. Or I could even do that, yeah, because like I'm not necessarily gonna sell like the completely like just here it is. I took the supports off and sent it to you. It's like I'd rather at least sand it before sending it out to someone. So that's why I say those are the 3 stages, 3 tiers, I might say. Because yeah. Well, the only thing about 30 to 50 is like if it's completely custom, like remember it took me about 15 hours just to model the digital version of this before even printing. So 30 to 50 sounds good, like if I was selling like mass selling items, but like completely custom, be a lot more than that. But yeah, if I had something that, because like let's say if I went and just sold this now on like on Ko-fi or whatever, then like this is something that I've already made and it wasn't like a custom order for anyone, or even if it was, like they would foot most of that, then I would sell this for the digital file. I could sell for maybe 50, but also this is Wisp likeness. I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do that to them, but well, anyways, regardless, point is, that'd be one thing. It would be like, hey, here, like, any number of people could buy this. But if it's just like, you are the one and only consumer of this particular item, that's a lot more expensive. Now I'm doing the thing again where it's like, wait, what have I already sanded with this grit? Actually do the smart thing and go up. Did I skip something somewhere? Good. For the 180, so we'll move on. Next is 40. See, that's a much bigger jump. Also, I think you can tell just by looking at the difference. Like the difference between 120 and 240, which is twice the grit. You can see how much different it is. Yeah, and just a reminder, this is just a hypothetical, just like purely curiosity, what people think about it, because art and pricing of art is very difficult and very weird. Yeah, see, very good example of like how it started, which is so like you can just see all these loose strings and all the different layers and all that, but now it's just like, ah, yes, it's all one coherent piece. For the most part, you can still see layers up like this. Very interesting, though. Very interesting indeed. I mean, technically, part of what sanding is doing, especially with this speed, is I'm melting it ever so slightly. Like, because this plastic melts at a very low temperature, which is why it works so well. Which is why also, Wisp and Caden, if I ever do send these to you, please know, be very careful, don't leave it out in the sun in the middle of summer. For the most part, they'll be fine, though. But that is technically a thing to be worried about. Is that they can melt. But anyways, so like, that's a little bit of what's happening here, is the heat's kind of pressing it all together on a very small level. Which is why wet sanding is actually a thing at some points, because the water will help keep it cold, as well as help clean it off. And some other things. I don't really know all the science behind it. I probably could if I wanted to, but I know that it works. That's kind of all that matters. I have lost a little bit of detail here in the shoulder, but to be fair, the line, oh, actually I can still kind of see it. The line of the muscle of the deltoid there. Yeah, deltoid, I had to remember. It's been so long since anatomy classes. was a little bit soft to begin with. It's not that big of a... Okay, sorry. Realized I was slouching a bit. Had to lean back and stretch for a second. Something else I've also learned, especially in the past few years, ever since I've kind of had been on my own and not had school to help. And I'm just like, oh dear Lord, I'm very much a project-based learning person. Like I've done studies before, and they definitely help. But my brain is largely, I need to actually work on a project, and I'll learn stuff doing that. Even though definitely I should study more, but oops, oh well. You have forgotten how to learn? That's a damn move. I mean, so what's interesting is like this kind of thing, like anatomy sculpting specifically, was something I very purposely tried to learn and study a few years ago. And there was a method that I had, which I didn't learn it from Drawfee, but they've had recently very similar lessons on their draw class videos about like do something from memory, then look up how to actually do it from memory, and just repeat that process a bunch over the course of like a week. And by the end of it, you'll be doing pretty good. Like you'll have learned a lot, and you can just kind of repeat that for a lot of different things. And they took that for drawing, but I took that for, practicing anatomy sculpting. But because I haven't done it in so long, when I did it for Caden and even for Wisp here, just like there's a lot that I had to remind myself of and had to look up and reference again. And even then, still, there's some things like... Okay. Where I just kind of like... Oh, I don't quite remember how to do this. Oh well. figure it out. And, you know, it comes out good. Like this side of the head, like the profile is a little weird, but everything else is pretty good, I'd say. It's not bad. Carefully, very carefully hit the glasses. 40. Yeah, it's self-discipline and self-learning can be difficult at times. It's very rewarding, and it's especially because sometimes you don't always know where to start. You don't always know what you're doing wrong, where you need to improve. It can be very difficult. Like, even looking at my models, I'm just like, I'm sure I know a few places that I can improve and need to work on, but I don't always know how, and there might even be other things that I just don't even notice. No, that's part of it. All part of the process. You just kinda get used to that. Water real fast. Alright, so next up is 320. Still not quite at 1,000 yet. 1,000 is when I'll start wet sanding. But I can save that. Yeah, this is not even the sandpaper feels really smooth at this point. It's insane. Yeah, VO stuff is very interesting. It's like, so one place that I've used before, even though I've never actually gotten work from it, is castingcall.club, I believe it's called. Casting Call Club. They even have lessons and courses and stuff. The problem is I'm too broke for that shit. So one day, but until that day, it's Ace Attorney. And I just practice with visual novels and stuff, and it's fun that way. Fun that way. Said that weird. VO stuff would be a lot of fun, though. Okay, you know, here's a question. Here's a very interesting question. I think it will be rather telling of me as a person now, as well as other people's. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like practicing other people's silly voices. It's fun. Um, Here's an interesting question, just to see what people think of me. Do you think that I was a theater kid? Because I feel like this will be very telling There are a couple things, just like, it'll just tell me something. The answer may or may not surprise you. Say no, but you don't think I'd be out of place either? Fair. What's interesting is my brother was definitely, I don't know if I would call him a theater kid. He was in, there was a few years where he was definitely in a lot of plays. And I was in exactly one play as a kid, and it was Rip Van Winkle. And I obviously had a small role, but, so yeah, the answer is no, I was not a theater kid, but I feel like I'd probably be more into it now, but even then, still, like, the live action aspect of it is not necessarily for me. Or at least the play aspect. I don't know, I'm terrible at memorization. That's my problem. I always have and always probably will be a very shy and anxious person. The reason why I wasn't really much of a theater kid. Oh no, people staring at me. Oh no! It's much easier through a screen. Much, much easier. I'm still being judged, I just can't see your faces while you do it. Yeah, VTubing has also helped a whole lot. Just be a little bit more. I don't know. There's a lot of things that have helped. I think the VTuber is definitely part of it. And yet, I definitely like both because of who I was at the time when I was making a VTuber when I wanted to be a VTuber. And a narrative around yeah, you can. Like I strongly considered it right when I first started, but to do so as well would be like starting from zero when I already kind of made friends with people like beforehand and like doing some stuff, and I was like, that seems like a lot of work. So, like, there's still a story. Yeah, like, there's still a story, more or less, that I've concocted. But I don't necessarily need to stick to it or anything, and it's just have fun. I think is the most important thing. But a narrative is also fun if people like that. It's good. Look at all that dust. This is why I'm wearing a mask. And also, I don't have a fan on. I don't want it blowing all over the place. Basically, yes. Is it a headcanon if it's the canon? It's lore. Oh, but yeah, as I was saying, I think, like, I could have used one of the free... There are so many, like, free, like, there are free or very cheap VTuber things out there, especially, like, for the ones, but I was like, no, I'm already a 3D artist at this point. It's like, I just want to, like, let me make my own. That's much more interesting. And then I did. And now here we are. Now that I'm using a higher grit, I'm not going to be quite as afraid to at least touch over some of these smaller details. Just because I'm not quite as worried of it just like taking everything off in one fell swoop. Still going to be careful though, but I don't have to be quite so worried. Yeah, always lots of different possible ideas. I think I always knew that I was going to be a robot. It was like technically a first idea, but it was also like, I like that idea. So I just stuck with it. I kind of just have to accept the glasses are going to be a little nasty. Not much I can do without knowing for a fact that I would fucking break them. $400. We're getting there. Again, this should be when things start going a bit faster. I don't know how many times I've said that. But what is funny is because with Cadence I only did like the super bad parts like down here. So it took me only about 2 or 3 hours. But this can take me a little longer just because I'm doing everything. And I'm going a little bit more in depth with it. Cadence already primed, so at this point I'm not saying to get it anymore. It's not happening. That ship has sailed. No more adjustments. That type. Kind of feel bad that it almost feels like Caden was a test run for Wisp, but no, that's not true. They're both good. I love them. I love both of the things that I have done here. Oh, they have too. Very smooth. We're good. Nothing broke. We're fine. We're good. Yeah, I'll just a little bit. We're good. Light tap. Oh. It's still kind of funny to me that like I kept Kaden like her whole project a secret from her up until her actual birthday, and then but for Wisp it was just immediately like, no, I can't keep this a secret because I have questions. I have to do certain things properly. I'm gonna be careful here. There's a couple of folds and I don't want to lose them much. Don't want to lose them too much. I think we're gonna be fine. Yeah, good. Why does sanding the mouth area feel like I'm wiping it? God damn it. Wiping food off of his face or whatever. That's weird. I guess that's something you just have to get over when I was making it as well. Just like, you're just making art, just go for it. It's gonna look weird every now and then. Fine. I have to drop back down. I might have to drop back down real fast at some point just to get this bit, but also it looks fine, so maybe I don't. See what I can do. Already got all that. Alright. Stretch. Alright, stretch. 600. We started at 120. Already up to 600. Oh yeah, absolutely. Should be good. Welcome back, Maya. Glad you made it home. Always a good thing. We continue to just make him smoother. Listen to this very chill music. World-alteringly smooth? Not quite. He's not there yet. And not like SpongeBob being normal smooth. We don't want that kind of smooth. Bad. Bad smooth. I am going to need big stretchies after this. Trying not to rest my arms on the desk because I don't want to shake the camera around a lot. There's a lot of movement. Funny looking at the camera sometimes and just seeing my hand just a fucking blur. Thank you for the hydrate, Maya. We'll go ahead and do that real fast. Ugh. There we go. Thank you. Necromancy. Fun times, fun times. I feel like one day I want to make a chaotic good necromancer wizard in D&D, just see what the fuck happens. Run into like a village that's on fire and being attacked, and be like, "Don't worry, I'll help you." Raises, uses a raise dead and summons back all the dead villagers, and Toon has them fight. Saves the day. Still gets booted out of the village. Guy who lost their medical license. Or it'd be like the first time, like he wanted to heal someone, but wizards don't have healing. And so he's like, I brought him back. You brought back a zombie. It's like, oh, so I did. So I'm not a cleric. No. A lawful good necromancer. Yeah, that'd be interesting too. Like one who follows all the laws. Like, well, necromancy in a sense isn't that law. Not in the way I'm using it. Only raises the body of the villain. Well, but then it also becomes a question like, they could also be like, they could bring back the body of anyone. It's like, no, Oh, the soul is the person. The body is just a sack of flesh that is left behind after death. I erase that. And sometimes talk to the soul, but that's a little bit... That's a bit different. Anyways. Or and change it a little bit so he's not quite so evil sounding. Be like, good voice for. Why did my brain immediately go to Goofy from Disney? Just fucking. Yeah, I'm gonna raise the dead. I cast raise dead. Destroy our enemies, my thralls. Yep. Like the guy that you would never expect to be a wizard, B, a necromancer. Exactly. Are you the meat puppet or the electricity in your brain? No, Goofy knows exactly what he's doing, Quizmaster, in this scenario. Also, I just realized I went way too deep because now I'm thinking about Kingdom Hearts. I was like, no, Goofy wasn't quite that deep voiced. That's fine. Doesn't matter. This is going to be the smoothest tail. You can always tell the places that accidentally get the most best sanding because it's like running around like smooth, 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 glass, smooth. Like, wait, what? Why are you smooth like glass? Hopefully everything else will follow suit as we continue. You chose the wrong, what's the word I'm fucking thinking of? The wrong battlefield. This is a graveyard. Yep. The graveyard. My power is at its highest here. I've completely lost the voice. I haven't heard Goofy in a while. Maybe that's probably why. You just get Mickey come in and be like, what would Mickey be? Mickey would be a paladin, right? Damn mouse. Goofy! Goofy, you can't just raise the dead! Why not, Mickey? It defeated our enemies. But the bodies, the sacrilege! We are not the meats that we inhabit. We are the electricity in our brains, Mickey. The meat left behind, but a puppet. Now with its strings cut. Terrible, goofy voice, but you know what? It's still funny to me, regardless. God, I have work to do, D&D related work to do now. I'm making plans with everyone. Wing fighter, cool. Like, you know, I've got more ideas for stuff. So I need to start prepping. Like, I want to make a map of at least the kingdom that they're in. And I'm planning out a whole bunch of other stuff. It's like it's not a full campaign, but I don't mind talking about this. Basically, what ended up happening is I ran a one-shot for them, which was a lot of fun. And I'm like, hey, y'all want to do some more with these characters? Like, yeah. And I'm like, cool. What if I just did like a bunch of one-shots that are more or less interconnected? So I don't have to worry about a full campaign and that level of difficulty. But That still means that there are things that I want to do. It's yeah, an episodic campaign. That's a good way to put it. But it still means that I want to have like some level of consistency, especially just for me, like locations and time and some of that nature. Well, but it's like I also baked into our. They're probably here. It's fine. I've baked in some things here and there that I can pull on for an overarching story, at least like that at least starts off intermittently connected, like kind of minor. So that if I ever want to make it like, hey, you know all those episodic things that might have had like some minor connections? Yeah, here's the culmination of all that. Because I can't leave things the one and done. I'm not good at that. Or I could have, but you know, I like leaving things open for possibilities. That'd be interesting. I would just straight up add anomalies and SCPs, like just intermittently, and accidentally, hey, the SCP Foundation, congratulations, party, you're the ones who fucking made it here at the end of the campaign, I guess. Oops. If that's how it goes. But anyways. It's D&D, the possibilities are endless. See, I don't know what it is about me. Then I was like, there are modules out there. Are we at 1,000? We made it to 1,000, folks. Should I go ahead? Okay, I'm gonna go grab the second bowl and get some water in it so I can do some wet sanding. I shall return in just a moment. I'm not gonna turn on a BRB screen because it should only take a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. One moment and we'll return to it. Bull says they're having a good time. Good. Good. You're very dirty. You will also be cleaned at the end of this. You're covered in dust. Alright. So it's been a while since I've done wet sanding. But especially because like of how big the item is, I can't really like dunk it in. So what I'm probably gonna end up doing is like just get some water myself, get it into places, and that, and then I'll just do it one area at a time. I don't necessarily want to put it directly on the sandpaper. I'd rather put it on the model and then do it. The 1000 does mean that we're getting close, so I think we should be able to finish by the end of stream. Finish sanding. There are other ways to do this? Maybe. This is the simplest way to applicate the water that I think of in the moment. That's what I'm doing. Look, one Scarlet Violet question? Go ahead. Ask away. Yo. I like how that looks. Of course, when it dries, it won't be quite so clean, but still. Radical and Terra Pokemon I hop into a battle with one. I don't know if it's like the exact same RNG. I would expect not. I would imagine it's just same Pokemon, same level, same Terra type. Everything else should potentially be random. I don't know. I haven't actually tried. Or at least I haven't tested that specifically. That is true. Very hard to tell. Same thing happened when I was getting my female Sprigatito. Like, I don't know if I've saved past the point where it's already locked in, or what. The answer was no, I had not. I got my female. We're happy. Well, I do still need to get Fuecoco and Quaxley. I haven't gotten those two yet. At some point I will. I haven't gotten around to. I'm not like super anxious to complete the Pokedex immediately. Although I am working on the shrines at the moment. Started doing that yesterday. Shrines, by the way, for anyone wondering, the special Pokemon, the legendaries in there. A, hard to catch, because they're legendaries. B, level 60, so keep that in mind. But also, if you kill them, I think they come back probably the day after. I just saved beforehand when I killed one. Oops, stop hitting the camera thing. I think I have a friend who's already breeding a whole bunch or has a couple extras. Get some from her later. But thank you. I appreciate the offer. Oh, I think I messed up his glasses a little bit. There we go. That's a bit better. Work on a Zoom roll. You got 2 weeks until Charizard comeback. It took me a day. Like, especially if you find the Fairy Terror type one that's in the wild, that's level 55. It really doesn't take that long. Because you can just grind raids for some feathers and treasures and experience candies. And I EV train. My EV training still isn't technically done, but it maxed out its attack and it's level 100. And I gave it the Adamant Mint. Yeah, no, it was easier to just. There is just an Azumarill by the lake, I think on the northern side. Yeah, like a little north of the Dragon Titan. Yeah, I saw that, Maya. That was so close. So Thick Fat's good. It has fire damage, but huge power will double your attack power. Because because it's water type, it's already half damaging fire. So in my opinion, huge power is a little bit, which again, the Azumarill that I had didn't have that, but luckily the ability capsule wasn't too expensive, and I was able to get it huge power. We got a few left actually. Let's see if I can speed this up a little. Uh, 1200. This is all the sandpaper, by the way. It was just like a thing on Amazon. It just came as a whole set, and it was pretty cheap. And this isn't even all of it. I just cut it all in half. So I would have it in smaller bits, and I think it was like 5 sheets of every grit. I've got a lot of this stuff. It will last me a while. The bigger thing to worry about in the Charizard raids isn't Fire Blast, it's Hurricane. Hurricane was a pain in the ass. But all of its attacks are special. So I recommend going for special defense. Special defense, HP, and attack in your EVs. I also gave mine a bottle cap because it already had perfect attack, defense, and speed, but it had no good HP, so I gave it a bottle cap for HP. For IVs, so that helped. Hopefully also when it comes back it won't be as bullshit with the lag, because dear god it was bullshit with the lag. It recovered health and other stuff an annoying amount. And also for whatever reason my Azumarill, I just missed like more than 50% of my play rough attacks. That was a pain. That was so sad. It's like I have so much power. Miss. What? He's play rough. Miss. 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 So sad. Like, play rough doesn't have the best accuracy, but it shouldn't be that bad. And yet it was. Oh well. We got it in the end. That's all that matters. Kicked its ass eventually. Yeah, but we got it. Yeah, look at how smooth this is now. Like, you can still see like the neck area, especially. I couldn't really hit with sanding too much just because of the paper that I have. But like all this other stuff, it's just like, ooh, nice. Probably could have gotten into the neck somehow, but I didn't feel like grabbing more sandpaper just to make. What I should do is grab some sandpaper just to get like roll it up Yeah, and I have over there, but okay, so on the lake where the Dragon Titan was, and a Belly Drum. Yeah, Belly Drum, play rough. I think mine also had Ice Punch and Liquidation. But yeah, the northern part of the lake that starts with the C. I think east of a small island, like not the main island in the center, but like there's a small island on the northern part of the lake, and to the east of that should be the Azumarill, which you should be able to find because it's, you know, it's big and glowy. Yeah, Kasarova. Is that Kasarova? I don't know. It's the lake that's on the west side of the map. I think it's like the only major lake. It's funny, now that I've actually beaten the game and I've done the Ace tournament and all that, I was like, okay, now's the part where I'll do, like, the adjustments to my main original team to make them as if they were competitive. Just for the fun of it. There are a lot of bottle caps, though, and a lot of berries that reduce their EVs, because they're... yeah, they're just okay. Do I need to do that? Absolutely not. Do I want to? Sort of. Alright. That ends 1200. I believe next is 15, or is it 2000? It's 15. Right. We're working our way. I probably don't need every single level of sanding. I could probably skip a few. But, you know, we're here. I might as well. Enjoying myself. I hope you are too. Berries don't get used up in raids? Oh, that's cool. I just gave my Azumarill leftovers, so it would heal a little bit every turn. Which helped a little bit. Well, something at least. You can use that as soon as Belly Drum is used. That's not a bad idea. Shell Bell? Ooh, Shell Bell's good too. The only, yeah, a Serious Berry is probably a good idea, especially because there was once or twice where, no, there was like one time I think where I went to use Belly Drum, but I got attacked the first turn and did just a little over more than half my health, so I couldn't use Belly Drum. Which was, I think this was actually the Charizard raid that we won. I couldn't use Belly Drum to start off with, but my attack was so goddamn high that I was still doing massive damage to the charge card, even without it. Which should tell you something about proper EV, IVs, and all that other fun stuff. Very interesting to look at the picture I took of this thing this morning, compare it to where it is at the end of the stream. Always a fun comparison, before and after type stuff. Love doing that. There we go. So I'm a little bit upset about the glasses that they still didn't come out properly, but I will get over it. Yeah, see, there used to be this big old seam running down this area. And now it's just like, seam? What seam? This is all just one coherent piece of plastic. It was molded. It wasn't printed and layers. This thing. Here's 2000. So one, well, minus the glass. So this is all just one big piece. Obviously. I don't know what I wish I had done to now, but past is the past, can't be changed. That's fine. Talk louder, me. You have a high noise gate right now. Although, actually, this sanding isn't nearly as loud as it was to start with. So I could probably turn it down a little bit, but it's fine as it is. You can still see underneath, like, where there's some gaps here because of the way it was printed. But, again, luckily it's... Hi, thank you for the follow, Queen of Hell. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you have enjoyed your time here. Hell yeah, Maya. Good shit. Love to see it. You love to see it. I feel like I was saying words and then I forgot what the words were. Or it doesn't even matter what the words were and I was just talking just to talk. I don't know. Boop. I think I was talking about the underside here, where you can see where, like, there's still technically a few holes here. Thank you. Hi, Arlette. Welcome, welcome. Where... Boop. I was saying words. Ooh, a shiny medship, damn! Nice job, Maya. Congrats. Yeah, luckily because of where it is, it's never gonna be super noticeable. But also, thankfully, like, I've actually done pretty good. But once it dries, it'll come back a little bit, but be a little bit more noticeable again, but that's fine. Okay, that's 2,000. Moving on. That's 3 left. 2,500. That's what's next. Then I believe after that it's 3,000 and then 5,000, and then we're done. I'm holding up, I'm doing fine. We're almost there. Probably drink more water, but other than that, I'm doing fine. How are y'all doing? Y'all enjoying this? Y'all just having a good time? Y'all hanging out? Vibing? Hydrate? Thank you, Maya. I'll do that in 1 second. Let me put some water on this thing. Then I'll put some water in myself. Okay. Vibing indeed, Arlette. Vibing indeed. Thank y'all for hanging out with me while I do this, by the way. It's been fun. Ain't done yet, but it's been fun. It's weird. It's normally such a solitary practice, like such a solitary kind of hobby. Nice to make it communal. Have other people here for it. God, this sandpaper, the grit's so high that it just straight up doesn't even feel like the same paper anymore because it's so much flimsier than the low grit. Port raid Umbreon? Yeah. Always needs that. Like, part of what allowed me, Wisp, and Caden to get the Charizard the other night, part of why we were able to do it was because the bot that was with us, our I don't have the tree, the stupid tree that Smoliv evolves into, or the very nice tree. It was a good tree. It used grassy terrain, and it kept healing us, so that kept us alive. That was actually very helpful. It was a very good support raid bot. So especially if you're going in with like a team of other actual players, having one of the players specifically bring in a tank, take hits, and heal every turn, that's pretty good. Or to cheer every turn, yeah, that'd be good. It won't necessarily work in single player raids, but you know, it works. Now that this actually bends a lot easier than some of the other ones, I can actually kind of get into the area a bit easier in the neck. And also because it's such a high grit, I don't necessarily have to worry about it destroying the necklaces. Such small detail. Area a bit more around the neck. Still being careful here just because I have thumbs and I don't want those to break everything. Did you already do the tail with this grit? I don't remember. Do it again. No, I don't think I did. Dear God, I don't know why the tail is turning out to be the best fucking part of this whole model, like the best looking part. What the fuck? Why? That's just because it's kind of off on its own. It's still big enough. It's very easy to stand. So it just gets a lot of love and attention. And there's no fear of anything breaking. So, I guess that's why. And because it's already a smooth shape, it's not, I don't necessarily have to worry. It's not like the hair that has a whole bunch of the curves and it doesn't have like sharp curves, I guess. I don't know. Now I'm just talking about my butt. I'm making guesses. I realized I don't think I've been touching the inside of the ears. I don't really need it. They look fine. Also just because it's a weird area to try and hit. I can do it like this. Get a sandpaper Q-tip is what I should do. Actually, technically I have those now that I think about it. Oh, I'm stupid. I could have been using the... Okay, you know what? That's fine. I never thought about that, but I guess I could. I'll show in just a second. Talking about once I get past this. Get past this part like I'm playing a fucking video game. No. Okay. 5. Got... For Christmas a couple years ago, I got this... I'm gonna go grab it, because that means I have to stand up. But I got this battery powered thing that's kind of like a spinner on it, and it has like these little things, and it moves them real fast. I could just be using this like on my hand. I guess I don't technically need that part. It would help get into small areas without going too fast. I think the smallest is 5,000. Still pretty fast, but you know, whatever. Next time. I believe this one's 3,000. It is indeed. I believe it's. I wonder if. I don't know what it's. I don't know how the units are, like, what they're measuring. It doesn't really matter. The individual grains of whatever the sandpaper is are smaller and smaller, but also denser. Which is why it doesn't even look like sandpaper anymore. It just looks like fucking paper. But when you feel it, it's like you can kind of get the idea. It's like, no, there's something weird going on here. But you can see underneath there's still like layer lines and such here and there. But for the most part, everything's getting damn smoothed out. Like if I was much more intense with it, then I'm sure I could wonders, but I'm a perfectionist. But I also don't like I also don't like manual labor, so oops. Or I don't like overdoing it. I don't know. Words, descriptions. I'm a perfectionist, I'm not that kind. I'm also impatient, that's the word. That's what I'm thinking of. All the above. Weird combination. But, you know, whatever. I want everything to be perfect, but I want it to be perfect yesterday. I mean, it takes time. Oh. Arms are getting a little bit tired, but mainly just from holding up the statue this whole time. Part of the tail I've been touching much, but you know what? I need to get it just a little bit. That's barely making any noise now. Power of it's a lot smoother now. There's a lot less going on. I'll be honest. This is a kind of task that's very, or not very head empty, but pretty damn close. Very head empty. So, especially once you get into the rhythm. Vibe into the music. Ah, son of a bitch. Nope, that's exactly what I was worried would happen. Okay, I can still try and glue it back on, or back together. Hopefully it'll stay. Because we're already at the end of sanding. That's a big old fuck me. Is it the glasses? It is the glasses. It's hard to see because I pushed it back in place, but let me see. You can see right there. It's disconnected. And it actually was dangling for a second. I popped it back and oh, I pushed it back up. Hopefully, I can glue on it, leave it alone for the night after we're done sanding, and it'll just stay in place. Okay, that's the end of 2500. We're going to the final piece of sandpaper. 5,000. 5,000. I pushed. The problem is, like, there's this tiny little bump that's not supposed to be there. I guess it deformed a little bit, so I tried to push it back into place, but I was just a little bit too forceful. Big sigh. like I'm gonna finish sanding, and then we're still gonna have a little bit of time left in stream. I'll figure something. I have an idea. I want to go until Kane starts so I can raid her. For Golden Sun, which a lot of us have been asking her to play for like forever now. Finally doing it. I will definitely have to stand up and walk around a bit after stream because my butt's starting to hurt in this metal ass chair. Interesting. Any little piece came undone underneath the... Oh, damn it. Hard to see, but there's just a little bit came off. Unfortunate, but again, it's in an area that's not visible. So it shouldn't be a big deal. Sad. Just a bit sad, that's all. Yeah, it's good enough. Tell from this angle. Connected. Try to pop it into place with some glue and hope that it don't do that no more. But now this is what happens when... This is what happens when you have glasses. Sometimes they break. Pop it. Okay. For the most part, I believe that I'm gonna get some water in here so I can try and clean it well. Drop back the noise gate a little bit. We're done sanding. I'm gonna add in some water purely just to try and get some of this dust out. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go take this with me. I'm gonna go quickly just do a very light rinse under some water, try and dab a little bit of the water away, especially from the glasses, bring back the plastic glue, leave it to dry, and then I'm actually probably gonna paint the pins just because that's gonna be simple and we've got about 30 minutes left. So I will once again be back in just a moment. Good. Okay. Good. I think we're good. More or less where it was before. We're fine. Okay. I took off the mask because it was starting to hurt, but we're done sanding. So, the problem right now is right here. This little spot. There we go. I can very carefully put it back into place and apply the smallest little dab. It might stay together. I just have to be very careful with it. Now, the other option is I could use heat and melt it back together, but I don't have any way of doing that. So instead, we're just going to touch that there. Okay. And we're just gonna, oh, beyond hope that that will get a little bit of excess off. And we're going to leave that there. And we're not going to touch that for... Actually, we're not going to leave that there. That's a terrible spot to leave that. Alright, we're going to leave that over there. I'm going to need to clean up this desk at some point. For now, I'm just going to do some very simple painting while we finish up the rest of our time together today. Where are my brushes? There they are. Oh, where'd the plastic go? There it is. Okay, got my one called the Psycho brush, very tiny tip, and my detail brush, which is a bit bigger. I have some that are slightly bigger than this. Which I actually might grab. Oh, the bag was open. Great. Thanks, me. Good job. That's a bit too big. That should work. We're not doing too much. Let me go see. Let me also pull up their logos so I have color reference. And then we'll see what I have. Oh, I have some reference. That could work, but that's not really what I'm looking for. Do I really not have those references? Is the only reference my own reference? Where did I reference these from then? Where are those files? Past me is quite something. Oh, I know. Here's Caden's logo. Where's Wisp's logo? Up there it is. I'm just stupid. I'm blind. That's my problem. Perception of -3 or whatever. Fuck. Okay. Let's start with Caden. Caden's is gonna be simpler, so we'll start there. So, technically their logos have like gradients to them, but I'm not good at painting gradients. So instead, I'm gonna do just 2 basic colors. Although, I mean, I can try, but we'll see what happens. Where do I have... Oh, right. I put it over there. Thanks. Okay. That'll do. Okay, I'll move these somewhere. Alright. Alright. Caden, I require a dark blue. What do I have? Cobalt hue? That's pretty good. Wet blending? Yeah, I'm not... Wait, where's my palette knife? One moment. While I go hunting for this item. Oh, I'm stupid. It was in the box of paints, because of course it was. That makes sense. Duh. Yeah, I think the wild Terra Pokemon have 3 perfect IVs. Mine had attack, defense, and speed. I recommend getting special defense, like bottles with for special defense and HP, especially if you can. Anyways, while I was out, this was right next to me, by the way. It was right down there. It was right over there. I have a bin full of paint. Anyways, went and grabbed a couple things. Some things that I'd printed before, like this badge, which has lost a little bit of its paint. Defense, special attack, special defense, that's pretty good. If you can get a bottle cap to IV boost its attack, that'd be pretty good. Anyways, badge, good. Even has a pin backing to it. There's Trophy. Karina's not on here. I think it's probably still in the bag. I just have a bag of stuff. I didn't do much. I sanded this. I have made a little axe. Oh, here it is. This is the thing that started me wanting to get my own 3D printer. I modeled this in Blender and then sent it off to, what was it called? I don't remember anymore. I can look it up later. But I got this printed off, which I can make better than this now, especially pose-wise. Posing is hard. Sorry, Mike. And I have this little chibi penny. The axe is nice. I do like the axe. Yep, there she is. May Marigold is not in that bag. I don't know whatever happened to my original May Marigold. Then little Karina here to go with Drawfee. She goes up front. Anyways, where were we? Okay, so starting with Caden, let me get this hair out of the way. You can tell it's mine because it's pink. Anyways, so Caden's got dark blue underneath, but then the top is like a whitish blue that fades gradients out to a darker white blue, but still like not super dark. So real blue, white. We're gonna need white. Do I need this? Probably not. That's too light. Tropical? Nah. Pull this up. What else do I have in here? Greens. What's this? Fog gray? Maybe. But like the edges, maybe if I decide to try and do gradient. But even then I might need to lighten it a bit. Because that could work for the main body of the logo. Pink, purple, pink, greens, blues. Those are washes. That's brown. Black, gray, no. Fresh white for when I run out of this one. Pink parchments, no. Okay. Down you go. Alright, I think the easiest way to start this would try and get the dark blue, because Penny was good. into the crevices because it'll be the underneath color, and then the top part of the logo will be everything else. So let me actually get my Psycho brush. This is a bit too small for what I'm doing. Or is it? Let me see. I don't use the Psycho. Oh, wait. Oh, good. I still have a bowl of water. Haha. Clever. Yeah, I think that's too small. Maybe the detail brush. And if I need to, I can go smaller. Pull you out later. This thing is so damn small. So tiny. This is a bit bigger. But not very much. This is a fine color for being in there. It might be a bit too bright. It's a little bit brighter on the camera than it is in reality, but it might need to be a bit darker. What about that real blue? How's that look? Ooh, that looks a bit better. Let's try that. Yeah, that's a bit darker. I think that'll do. Still not perfect, but it's a bit closer, and I don't... And I don't necessarily want to add black to it, because that'll make it incredibly dark. Black works very fast, with very little. I'm immediately thinking of pulling out the Psycho brush again, because like all those little crevices, that's where it's going to be also that same color. Small this nib is. It's so small, you can't even really see it. It's itty bitty. Let's see what I can do here. Is it so bright in the camera? Yeah, I do need to make it a little bit darker. Or maybe it's the camera's fault. Who knows? This right here is the reason why I'm doing this part first. It's spilling out, which is fine. We're gonna be more careful when we do the top part. I'll be honest, for the longest time, I think I thought that this was the mouth. But no, the mouth is up here because it's pup set. And that's like the fluff of the neck, or the top of the neck. But also, I could just be stupid, so... I actually probably won't do the top part tonight, so that this blue can dry. But also, because we've only got about 10 minutes left. Let me just ask, how's everyone doing? I hope you all had a good time today. Thank you all for joining me for 4 hours. This. Christ. Hydrate and posture. Okay, posture check I kind of needed. Alright, I'll hydrate. Need to brush down. Oh, I'm out of water. Wait, hold on. Okay, now I'm out of water. Oops. Thought I had more than that. Welcome back, quiz. We're doing a little bit. Again, why? It's so saturated and so bright. Oh, thank you, Maya. I appreciate that. But Thursday, says this heads up, Thursday we'll return to Great Ace Attorney. Saturday should be more Genshin. And then next week, I kind of like the idea. Yeah, thank you guys. I kind of like the idea of doing art streams every week, even if it's not painting, like doing my normal like 3D art stuff, digital art things, in part so that I actually have an excuse to sit down and do them. So we'll probably continue the trends next week. I just don't know if it'll be painting or digital. We'll find out when we get there. I mean, I would try and add another game stream day during the week, but the time just does not exist. Yeah, chill streams every Tuesday. Just hang out and do some art. I can also see how this dries. If it dries, it should potentially be a little bit darker. I have a feeling you have 4 days off. Yeah. Well, it's more like I stream. Let's see here. The only day that because I work Monday to Friday. With 3 of those days are only 11 to 2. But Wednesdays are all freaking day, and Fridays are most of the freaking day. And then of course I'm also watching other people stream. So, you know, just kind of, there's only so much time in the week. If I didn't have Wednesday what it is, I'd definitely stream on Wednesday, but oh well. 4 days on, 4 days off. Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta do what works for you. Try and get the edge here a little bit. But it's also, I would like to get another game day in just because there are so many games to play and I want to play them all. you know what? It's fine. We make do. I guess, honestly though, I am happy to stream at all. And I'm happy that all of y'all like to hang out while I do. It means a lot to me. I feel like I'm about to go full disclosure, like complete honesty stuff, but I don't know if I should do that. Alright, so I've kind of got all the gaps and everything, like it's bled out on top, which is fine because I can just paint over it once it dries. So I'm going to set that down. Yeah. There we go. Make sure to wash my hands fully after this. Let's do the same thing for Wisp, actually, since we're here and since I need to go back and forth between the two anyways. Wisp has a lot more going on. Not his. He's got a lot more colors. Because he's got a dark purple in the nose and behind the eyes. And then most of this is kind of a bright pink. And then this is kind of like a lighter purple, and there's like hot pink, and then like nearly white pink going on all these other little things on top. So I guess like before, I'll just start with the thing in the very back. I'll start with the dark purple. Dark purple? Oh, you know what? This would have been good. Forgot that I had this. This would have been good for that part. Let me just, out of curiosity. Let me see how it looks. Shake it up a little bit more first. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I should have done that. When it dries, we can have that be our second coat. I'll just need to make sure I remember that. I'm gonna put these away. Alright, let me see what I have for purple. Oh, here we go. I do have a dark purple. It doesn't look quite dark enough. So just a smidge of black. Just the tiniest amount. This up so I know when we're ready. Alright. Let me see how it looks first. That's pretty good, but I think it can be better. Now, obviously I'm not going to add the black directly onto the purple. That'd be stupid. Like I said, black is very strong. And I'll prove it. I'm going to take this midget. Oh, no, that's too much. Too black. Alright, we're going to take a tiny little bit. We're going to mix that in. Okay, maybe I didn't mix in any. You're making me look a fool here, black. You're normally much worse to me than this. Oh, there we go. The light might make it harder for you guys to see it, but now it's a bit too desaturated is my problem. So let me add in a little bit more of this. Color mixing is the hardest part of painting for me. It really is. I have some of that blue there. I might as well use it. Alright, let me see how that looks. Ooh, okay, that's actually not bad. Again, could be better, but it's not the worst. There we go. Alright, we'll let that dry. I could do a little bit more, but it'd be easier to just do it later. Plus, we are almost out of time. So thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you all had a good time today. Has anyone learned anything today? Or have we just been vibing? I would imagine no one's learned shit. Which is perfectly fine. That was a nice vibe time. You know what? That works for me. Alright. You're sure you learned something, you just most likely forgot it? Nah, that's fair. That's mood. Well. Yeah. Let's just chat for a moment while we wait for... In fact, actually, let me go ahead and... I can just bump us...